Yo, yo, yo. Sorry about the slow start. I overslept this morning, pretty much just woke up. Good morning, Harukanan. Hope you're having a better Tuesday than me so far. Okay, let's see where we're at. I think yesterday we got the Terraform brush implementation in place, but there seems to be something wrong with it. So let's start there. Okay, we have a warning here which I want to check. Texture generator 130. Which one actually? Pearl-Illinois. Oh, so this is for ground. Okay. I need a coffee here. Let's see. Where did we have this problem? It was at ground 30. So when we link the texture in material, we do the... do we have one ground anywhere? Here we create it with width and height. I wonder if it was just... let's skip this for now. Could be that we have a ground script somewhere, yeah. So, let's see. We had the problem with the brush, I think. It didn't really work as one would have thought it would. So right now we have a terraform with a strength of 1 and a terraform brush 0, which is this one. And what heights do we have? Zero and 4. Could this be... actually probably want to have lines here as well, I would say. And I think it would be prettier with triplanar mapping, but we can wait a little bit with that. Yeah, let's fix some Z lines or Y lines as well. Ooh, we just do it by UV, okay. But I guess we could do it by... could probably do it with world position as well. So let's do this. Yeah, because we want to do Z here. I'm a little bit worried about the... Okay, there we go. Could we make this work with a pretty dirty way of doing grid lines like this, to be honest? I don't know. Okay, yeah, we just have to change the values a bit and it should work okay, I guess. UV grid error, if it's less than 0.5 times. Yeah, so we need to send in grid delta should be world position now instead of UV. So terrain patch, I think we should be doing not 1 divided by patch bounds max, we should be doing dimension divided by. Looks to be alright, although we need to fix, or we need to change the size of them to 0.05 maybe. Something like that. And then let's see if we can make it work with pretty rough normals, but it's okay. And then we should be able to do something like creating the same type of error for Y. And same here. Okay, that makes it work for this one. But not for the other ones. Oh yeah, because okay, I see. We get a full line here on set. This is why I think triplanar would be better for this, but let's just make this work. So I guess we're gonna have to exclude the 0. Is that it? Or we can check normals. We have normal in world space, yeah, that's good. So let's do is it angle? Do we have angle? Between normal world space and up in world space. So if this angle is less than 10 maybe. Degrees, okay. Makes sense. But okay, actually, this one converts from radians to degrees. We have angle axis. I guess we're gonna have to implement it ourselves. Or yeah. Can we go 0.5 maybe? Thinking about this the wrong way. Orthogonal. No, I'm not. Okay. So if the dot product between up and normal in world space is less than 0.5 should do it. Then we'll return 0 here. But why doesn't this work? Yeah, yeah, why doesn't this work? Oh, yeah, of course. Do you want to do it like this? Good morning, Geralt. There we go. Ah, no, we don't. Oh yeah, because we want to be a little bit more lenient on this one. Maybe even a bit more, actually. Probably, most likely, want to implement this using triplanar projection later on, but for now I think this will work. So do we have roughly 4 here? I don't know. Looks to be a little bit less, honestly. That's weird. Okay, let's see if we can debug this. Environment. And let's see, yeah. I don't care about that. I would say that it is a little bit less than it should be. Can we do... So we should terraform it up to about here. Okay, it's actually correct. That's nice. Oh yeah, one grid line is not 1 in this example. But what about terraform 0.5 should equal 2 in height, I think. But yeah, that's not what we get. Okay, so this is the first issue. I want to solve the terraforming brush strength. That doesn't seem to do much. But the interesting part is that Terraform material here, we actually do change its brush strength to 0.5. Doesn't seem like we're using it, however. But if we go to this one, what can we have? 2, no. Terraform shader, brush strength, we have it here as well. Blend 1.1. Blend 1.1, I'm pretty sure that is what we want to do. Brush operation right now is brush operation is true, we have blend operation add here. Okay, we're gonna move back one step. We're gonna do terrain patch, no actually. Action terraform. We're gonna start by updating the full terrain. I wanna see if we have some like, if we change the height map in some way that we don't initially show. Yeah, this is the weirdest part for me, I think. Let's see here. If I do, let's say that we do terraforming with a brush strength of we do a terraforming with a brush strength of 0. That's not correct. seems like now we have a brush strength of 0, but we still get bumps on this patch but not on the other ones. So it seems to be some data hanging around, I would guess. 0.5. It works sometimes. Good morning, Lova. Yeah, we still have this problem. Okay, this is gonna be an interesting problem to solve, or get to the bottom of. Let's start by going to action terraform. So when we actually terraform, this is where we are at. And what do? We do an overlap box, we get all terrain patches, we check, we only take the terrain patches, we filter them so we only get terrain patches. And then we create a terrain patch terraformer. Using the terrain patch, the terraform point radius, and the terraform brush. Then we create a list out of it. So we can do apply terraform brush blit. Terraform brush here. So anytime we do scalar secondary event or scalar tertiary event, we change the brush strength and brush texture index, and these do change because that's the data we print. But I'm still like, let's see, what do we do first? Apply terraform brush blit. We call set main boundary and set brush boundary. We just set a lot of data. We do the same here. Right now, however, I wonder if we read brush data based on boundary brush, but we don't use it. Oh! Whoa. Unused. That's not good. Okay, that's the first issue. Could this have affected the... I don't know. Let's try it. But this would mean, so basically I hadn't updated these references correctly. So that means that when we set the boundary brush, we actually set the main boundary variables. So that would leave this one and this one would be wrong, which would affect this function but nothing else. Actually, yeah. Also S and T, but we don't use those. Interesting. Very interesting. And it looks here to be an issue with we don't work with linear values here, so that's something we might look into. So 0, 0.1. Yeah, could be that we're working with, so let's take a look at graphics blit. Like let me check here, terrain data container. When we create the height map texture, we do it in the Perlin noise generator. Okay, this could be interesting as well. Yeah, we do it here, and here we set it to be linear. Okay, so we're not using sRGB, we're using RGB. And if we look at the different brushes we have here, we have unchecked sRGB, so we're using linear data for our brush, we're using linear data for our terrain, but still we don't get linear results, and I might know why. What's up, Alf? And it's this one. In linear color space, set GL sRGB right before using blit to make sure the sRGB to linear color conversion is what you expect. Like, in my mind, probably misunderstanding something, but with the setup we're having, we shouldn't be working in an sRGB to linear way anyway. We should be working with linear to linear, I think, but like the result tells me that we might need to do this, because like if we take 0.1, 0.2, there should only be a 0.1 height difference here, but I think so. First of all, yeah, so this one should be twice as high as this one. Don't think it is. Could also go 0.5, 1. Something weird is going on. Oh, my teacher gave an assignment to write a random game in Python. That sounds like a very nice assignment, I would say. How... what is the duration for this assignment? Are we talking weeks or months? Yeah, like the result we're seeing here leads me back to this. While rendering. Okay, that might actually be the problem. So controls whether linear to sRGB color conversion is performed while rendering. So when we actually render to the texture, I guess linear to our value is converted to sRGB, then rendered to the texture. The property is only relevant when linear color space rendering is used. Yeah. Whoa. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I better rely on this one. So that's a good point, actually. When we create the render texture in terrain patch, could this be the culprit? Could it be that the render texture we use here doesn't use a linear color space? Probably is. So Terraform brush texture and data uses a linear color space. The render texture does not. So when we blit this into this, I guess the result is sRGB, and that's the problem we get. Yeah, I think that sounds like a very nice assignment, I would say. But like how long time to complete the game did you get? Like what is the duration of the project? So let's see here if we can create this render texture with render texture format. Okay, we can't actually set it like this. I guess we're gonna have to do data as dot linear or something. Does this render texture use sRGB read and write conversions? So do we set like this? Cannot be assigned to. Maybe 3 hours. Okay, so you're gonna make an hour in, or you're gonna make a game in 3 hours. That reminds me of a game jam that is TryJam, I think. Yeah, that's not much time at all. So when it comes to render texture, we want to We want to set this one, but this is only gettable, read only, so I guess we're gonna have to do descriptor. Yeah, I think we want to create a render texture with a render texture descriptor here. Render texture descriptor. Yeah, here we have a lot of things we can do. Do we have... Here, yeah. So we can set this one here. So when we create this this render texture, we're gonna have to do... Okay, so if it's null, we want to do render texture descriptor. Render texture descriptor. And what methods do we have here? Width and height, color format, depth buffer bits. So, okay, I think we're gonna have to do data.width, data.height, and 0. No. Descriptor.depth buffer bits is equal to 0. Descriptor.sRGB false. The game will be simple. Well, but I like creating a game, just a simple game in 3 hours. I think that's a very nice assignment, to be honest. Do you have any idea of what you're gonna do? The approach you're gonna take? Okay, so this is how we want to do this. And then when we create the data render texture, we just send in descriptor. Very important. Yeah, let's see what kind of result we get with this. And also, I want to check one more thing here. If it's... yeah... well, this should be okay. This sRGB has... like, this is not the first time I get screwed over by sRGB. Let's see. 1 0.5 so if we put this at 2, yeah, that looks to be all right. And if we put it at 4, that looks to be all right. Okay. It works here as well. Great. Okay, so finally, I think we have the brush working. We have one problem though with combination. I don't know if it's visible here, but sometimes when I want to change the brush, we actually get a texture change as well. It's very frustrating. Look at this.
Beautiful.
Texture change should only be active when we do control as well. So I don't know. why we're having this problem. Left alt. Oh, is left alt? I don't know. Yes, I have an idea. There is a game, Card Game 21, or whatever it be playing. So black is Card Game 21. Let's see, so I don't say something I will regret. Yeah, blackjack, right. Love it. Okay, so when it comes to the brush size, I think the only problem we're still having is like control related to the scrolling here, and I have no idea why.
Beautiful.
Other than that, I think it looks good. Ooh, and yes. It's additive as well. Okay. Could I do... It's one of the worst platform controllers I've seen. Okay, but this is pretty cool actually. Okay, I want to add the different textures as well. So right now we just use brush 0. We don't use the functionality from the multiplier from the brush. But before we do that, I want to do... Like, I want to be able to support negative brush values. So for now at least... the brush goes between 0 and 1. I want it to go between -1 and 1. But the value we send to the shader will be the absolute value. But if we're below 0, we change the blend operation in the shader so that we can actually remove stuff as well. Am I ready for reintroducing the Perlin noise to this one though? Soon, maybe. What's up, Max Jones? Sup. Okay, no, before we reintroduce the Perlin noise to the terrain, I wanna implement a negative brush. So I want to be able to select this one and put it back into the ground basically. And that is in Terraform brush. So the question now, we have a method called set as additive. I might have gone a few steps ahead here. And what I actually want to do is... I think I want to base like this purely on this. I think that's what we're gonna do. So we could do. First of all, let's do change brush strength, float sine. Here we do brush strength plus sine multiplied by brush strength delta change. And then we clamp it between 0 and 1. Let's clamp it between -1 and 1. So this one can actually be negative now. And this might look weird, but when we send it to the shader, we want the absolute value of it. And instead we want to do maybe we can use this method actually. Although I wonder if I want to do make this private, and we do set as additive. So I guess we would like to do something like set as additive So set as additive. If brush strength is less than 0, this one will be true, but we will send in false then. If this one is bigger than 0, this one will be false, this will be true. Okay. So brush strength controls both strength and if the shader should be additive or reverse subtract. Yeah, let's see if this works. But before I see if it works, I'm just gonna pour 1 cup of coffee. 1 sec. Okay. Yeah, Love. Unfortunately, I went back to that coffee. Try to keep it at a low though. Still drink tea. But yeah, I think it was the custom terrain that broke me. I had one of those extremely bad days, if I recall correctly. Needed that extra bit of energy. Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. Like overall, I think I enjoyed my time on the good side, the light side. Better overall, but like in specific cases I definitely need or appreciate this dark side better. But yeah, we'll see if I can go back to only drinking tea again. Okay, so now let's go with a little bit of a bigger, and let's go Terraform 0.5. And then can we do Terraform 0. I wonder if we can do 0.1. Oh, not 0.1. I want minus 0.1 actually. Beautiful. Could we do... I really hate... that works pretty well actually. Yeah, the current implementation of how we do terraforming is pretty rough, but... it can only get better from here. It's pretty damn quick actually, I would say. But then again, yeah, the terrain is extremely low poly. Whoa. Okay, yeah, that's a problem we're gonna have to handle in the future. But okay, we got negative terraforming in the negative direction as well, and I'm actually a very big fan of the solution to it. So in the blit here, we only send in one texture. We don't send in the current height map. Instead, we rely on blend operations here. So pretty much blend here says that we take the input, multiply it by 1, we take the output and multiply it by 1, and we add them together using this blend operation. And this one can vary between 1 and reversed subtraction, which means either we do 1 plus 1, so just add them, or we do, what is it, 1 times the output, no, 1 times the input minus 1 times the output, I think. Yeah, bugs everywhere. But I think we can leave it as is. Okay, so the next step is the step I'm dreading, I guess. And that's the step of introducing brush textures. So right now we have only used brush strength in a square, basically. Now we want to actually let the brush affect it, so that we can do circular brushes, noise brushes, and whatnot. But before I do that, I'm really annoyed by the input. So I'm extremely annoyed that scalar tertiary, or that scalar secondary, can sometimes invoke a scalar tertiary. This would all be fixed if we would be able to up the version number of the new input system package. But we can't. But what I'm wondering is if I have done something wrong here. Yo, 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 what's up, Cypher? It's been a few days, right? How are you doing today? Why not? Because I'm using Unity version, or Unity 21.2. According to the documentation, however, we should be able to upgrade it, but I don't have an option to upgrade it in Package Manager. Or actually, have I just... Let's see... Input system, yeah. I don't have the option to upgrade this one, unfortunately. Input system Unity. We should be at input system 1.8.2. Like, we should be able to use 1.7 here. But I wonder if this is because Unity documentation. I wonder if this... Okay, that's not the documentation I want. Let's do graphics, split Unity. I wonder if it has something to do with my version not being supported. So this is not an unsupported version of Unity. If I would go to 21.3, this one is green, this one is supported, then maybe I could upgrade my input system. But like, the current idea I have is I'm hoping that Unity 6 is stable enough for me to change to. So I don't want to jump to any other version, I want to jump to Unity 6. Yeah. Been tidying up, got a new mouse. Nice! What mouse, if I might ask? So, am I doing something wrong in my setup here? We have scalar, scalar secondary, scalar tertiary. All of them are button with one modifier, I think. Button with one modifier, button with one modifier. So, I wonder if I want to do, so the modifier keys here, do we want to add a... No, we don't want to add a processor. Do we want to add interactions? I don't think so. So the problem we're having is that this one gets triggered when we do this one. So I wonder if... Maybe I should just do this to... I think we can change this one to... Let's see here. Let's add a new positive negative binding. But once again. That sounds like a mouse that does the job. Nice. Nice. Have you played any games with it yet? And yeah, like the close, like I'm looking more and more forward to jumping into Unity 6 actually. I think I'm gonna have a few big problems though. One of them is definitely going to be the outline shader, but I think I have a pretty good idea of how to alter it for Unity 6. I'm more afraid of some other custom shader stuff we do. It's a bit light and plasticky feeling, but it's comfy. Nice. Not yet, spending most time packing. Oh, is it getting close to moving date? Nice. Okay, so I think the setup here is correct. We could change this scroll setup so we scroll in another way, like if we scroll by, or actually, let's see. Scalar, if I'm tired of these affecting each other, so we're actually going to do this. Scalar tertiary, we're gonna delete this one. We're gonna add a new one, and I think we're gonna add a positive negative binding. It's gonna be a one-dimensional axis, minimum value -1, maximum value 1. Which side wins? Neither. Okay, nice. The negative binding is going to be forward mouse, and the positive binding is going to be back mouse. So now this one should return a value between either -1 or 1 based on my mouse buttons here. The only question I have then is, how do we read them? And we read them like read value float. That should be okay. Let's try it real quick. Because if we're gonna start debugging the brush textures, it would be quite annoying if that one would change when I'm changing the other values. So shift scroll changes the size of the marker. Control scroll changes the strength of the brush. And this one and this one, nice. So you can see here the 0, 1, 2 here, I can change them now like this. Great. But right now if we do this one and we change to this texture, we get the same result, I would have hoped. Yeah, pretty sure we do. Okay, let's do it. So yesterday I think we did one implementation of using the brush UVs, and it's basically like this. So we calculate an S and an T by lerping between boundary, the main boundary. Then we use the S and T here to inverse lerp between the brush boundary. And that's how we get the UV brush. Then we use that UV coordinate to read from brush data. And then we do this. But then again, brush data. Let's see if this works. So I guess the easiest to test with will be circular brush. So this one is just a brush that alters the center the most and then gradually less the further away from the center you get. Then we have a noise and pure white. Okay. Do we set the data correctly? So we use it here. So this main text here, this one gets set by, when we do blit pretty much sets it automatically. So the source texture is the main text in the shader. So we set the main text at least. And when we set brush texture index, we change the index. And then when we ask for texture, we get it based on brush texture index. Yeah, should work. So brush 2 is a circular one, I think. And if we add here, that's not at all what we get. Although although we have changed the functionality. So if we have a brush size or brush strength of 1, we no longer get, we don't actually set 1. That's one thing I can see right now. This one should be way higher if we would be. And the only thing we added, or the only change we made, was this one. So whatever we calculate here is wrong. That's one assumption I can make. Although I'm a little bit perplexed by the fact that this one doesn't yield 1. Yeah, okay, very nice. The Terraform shader, when we do this on the GPU, we can actually change the Terraform shader on the fly. So shaders get recompiled instantly, and it actually works. That's good. So yeah, as soon as we multiply by brush data.r, we get way less of a change. So, and this is even the case when we have brush texture 0, which I'm just gonna make sure is constant. So this one, so a pure white. We have clamp as wrap mode and we have bilinear. Could it be a problem of them not being read-write enabled? Very interesting in this one. Unity, texture, read-write. Advanced read-write enable, where do we have it? Okay. Okay, texture shape, we're not at advanced yet. Read-write indicates whether to access the texture data from scripts using, okay, and other texture 2D methods. Yeah, if we do the terraforming, the height map change on the GPU as we do right now, we don't need this one to be read-write enabled because we don't need to use set pixels and get pixels for the brush texture. So this is probably not the problem. Like, this is just a pure white texture. I don't see how... Generate MIP maps also. I don't think we want this one. Won't be bilinear. We want to disable that one. Apply. Okay, so it's not a MIP map issue. It feels like I fucked up the UV brush calculations in such a way. I don't see it. Brush main text. Yeah, the only problem I could see. Ooh. Is this a problem of not... Oh, yeah. maybe. Is this a problem of not showing it here? I don't think it should be. What is it? Okay, let's try with this. So if this one doesn't get set correctly, we will have a pure white texture here. If it does get set correctly, we will have a white texture as well. But let's see. Ooh, that's better. Still not good enough though. This is the noise texture. Yeah, the UVs are not getting calculated correctly, I don't think. And this is the circular one. What do we get? Yeah, it definitely seems like we're having a problem with the UV calculations. We're not taking the full texture into account. That's for sure. We're taking a part of it, and that part seems to be wrong as well. In fact, when I see things like this, I just want to pivot and make a proper triplanar shader. Because I've never done one. I'm very interested in the technique, and I want to get... Like, it's nice having nice visuals, even though it's like debugging phase. Maybe we're gonna do one of those tomorrow. First of all, need to fix the calculations of UV brush. So, once again, let's open GIMP and let's see if we can visualize this problem and make sense of this problem. And like, this problem is a little bit more complicated than it might seem. So we have this patch, or this terrain square, which consists of 4 terrain patches. Let's take the easiest case first. And that would be having a marker, so having the terraform marker be positioned around here maybe. So now we have simplified it down to a single patch problem. and we have good UV values as well. In this case, I don't even know where to begin. First of all, we're working with 3 different UVs. We have the UV of the patch itself, so the full height map, and that one is the easiest one. I think it's 0011. Then we have the UV coordinates of the marker here, and those UV coordinates are actually defined in the UV space of the height map. So this point down here won't be 0, 0. It's actually defined relative to this one. So this point here is, what could it be? Around 0.25. And this one then is 0.75, roughly. And these 2 UVs, we send them into the shader as UV boundary bottom left and UV boundary top right. And in this case also we have, like, this is the most straightforward case. None of the points are outside of the bounds. So when it comes to the brush, I think the UV boundary brush bottom left and UV boundary brush top right are also expressed relative to these. So they are the same in this case. But when we read from the brush texture, we actually want to go from 0, 0 to 1, 1. Right now, what are we doing? We're calculating S&T by doing lerp between UV boundary bottom left, UV boundary top right, and the input UVs. So we get the input UVs, which are, yeah, that's also a very good question. Are the input UVs, I think they're relative to this one. So we're doing a UV located here. We're doing a lerp between this one and this one. So that will be 0.25. So this one is 0.25. Then we do the same with Y. And that will also be 0.25 in this case. Then we use these values and do an inverse lerp on the boundary brush bottom left. Okay, so that would return, for this one it would return 0, 0. I think that, like, that conversion makes sense in my here, but like something is wrong with it. So it's basically, we want to take a UV. So the input to the shader, probably, we're gonna double check this, is a UV value somewhere in this big height map patch. We want to take that UV and transform it to the 0011 space of this one. I think that's what we're doing actually. Or is it? So first we do a lerp between this and this. So we get the UV. There's a lot of question marks, but I think it makes sense. My biggest question then would probably be concerning input.uv. So the input we get here from the blit function. So if we would be doing, I think we can test this. If we change UV brush, let's just take input.uv here. And if this one is what I think it is, that means that, like, the brush, if we terraform down here, we will use the bottom left. Like, this full patch will be a 1-1 match with the texture. So if we just terraform down here, we will use the bottom left of the brush. If we terraform up here, we will use the top right of the brush. If we terraform in the middle, we will terraform in the middle, or use the values in the middle of the brush. So if we were to do, I think with the new system this should work. If we were to do something like this. Oh, we want to change the brush we're using as well. So if we were to do this, we get something like this. Yeah, that makes sense. The resolution of the terrain makes it look a little bit like a mess, but I would say this is a circular terraform brush. So yeah, the UV is related to the full patch. So if we would do, if we use the noise texture, we get, let's change it a tiny bit. Like this maybe. Oof, that is rough, first of all. No, it's not. Our noise texture is non-repeatable. So yeah, with the current implementation we use, so for this one we use the right side of the noise, and for this one we use the left side of the noise. But does this look roughly like, let's see. Yeah, it does. We have a match here. Okay. So the UVs we get as an input here are the full patch UVs. So 0, 0 corresponds to the bottom left of the height map, 1, 1 to the top right of the height map, 0.5, 0.5 is the middle of the height map, and so on and so on. Yeah, I should have figured this because our is within bounds method actually works. But it feels good to make sure this is the case. So I wonder. Terraform data. When we calculate the boundary rectangle space, so this is the boundary for the UV texture, or the yeah, for the brush texture. I would say this is correct. Yes, we do an inverse lerp of bottom left, top, bottom right, and top right. So basically, if we would have a marker that is here, and we focus on this patch right here, in this case, bottom left corresponds to this point, and top right corresponds to this point. Bottom left clamped corresponds to this point. Top right clamped corresponds to this point, because we don't clamp it. And then we do an inverse lerp here. So we basically want to take, so what is the UV coordinate of this one relative to this rectangle here? And that is the rectangle space bottom left. Yeah, I think that is correct. Could it be? I think we should have enough information in our shader to calculate these ourselves. Like, something to keep in mind also is when you do a blit, you also get some data for free in, or for free. It also sets something called main text texel size, I think, which has some variables like scale and offset compared to between the source and the destination texture. But I would rather use my own pre-calculated values than rely on that one, since the documentation doesn't really mention it that much, to be honest. Okay. So UV 0, 0, 1, 0. So in this case, the UV we get, so input.uv goes from 0 to 0. In the x direction, it's pretty much only 0.3 maybe. Mm, 0.3 if this. So we basically want to convert this one to, we want to convert this one to, we want to convert it to, this one we don't care about, that one is outside. But if we get this one, for instance, which should be 0.3, 0.3 maybe. We want to convert this one to 1, 0. So when we have an input UV of 0.3, 0.3, we want to convert it to 0.10 because we want to use this one to read from this texture. This one. Can we do that using these values we have here? Yeah, we should be using a inverse lerp between. We should be using an inverse lerp. Or is it a, yeah, inverse lerp, I think. Yeah, but just one. So we should be able to take this value and do an inverse lerp of the bottom left and top right of the UV boundary, right? Yeah, I think we should. So I did it in a little bit of a more complicated way. Let's take a look. So I wonder if it would be enough to just do UV brush, UV boundary brush bottom left, top right. So instead of doing S and T here, I wonder if it's enough to just do this. No, it's not. Or no, okay, no, I think I know what I want to do. So if we just do it like this, that means that a UV of, so this one, 0, 0.3, so here, will convert to, if we use these, it will actually convert to a yeah, it will convert to whatever this boundary is. So this boundary is, yeah, it will convert to a 0.3. No, it will convert to a 0 and 0, 0, I think. So we will be getting this point of the texture, and that's wrong. What we want to send in, honestly, nah, that's not true either. Or actually, is it? What I think we want to send in is, I think so. I think we want to send in these values. Not exactly. Like, I think what I would like to send in is this point and this point represented in the UVs of this one, which means that this point will have minus 0.3, 0.3. So when we do the inverse lerp with these values, we will actually get 0.4 maybe, something like that. Yeah, I think that's the values we want to send in. Can we recreate those values? I think we can. What's up to Jeffy 94? How are you doing today? So yeah. Bottom left, top right defines the square even if it's outside the bounds. So is this just a question of doing bottom left divided by step distance? Is that what we're looking at? Or no? Something to keep in mind, these are indices. So for instance, if you have a 16 times 16 patch, bottom left here can be minus 3. And so do we want to do calculator? So if it's a minus 3, 16 times 16, ooh, I think that's what we want to do. Does that make sense? So if we're at index 8 to 16, 0.5, yes. Okay, so I think we want to calculate these by doing, first of all, where are we using these? We're using it in okay, we use them here. This one we don't use anymore, however. Let me just the old okay. Aland, what's up? Hello world, indeed. So when we calculate these, we actually want to do So for X, we want to do change files. Yeah. For X, we want to do it's very important that we get the bounds correctly. So when we divide here, we want to make sure we divide with the correct bounds. What is that? If we have something of the size of 16, size 16, so 15 is an okay. Index of 50, yeah. Fuck, I just want to make sure. So if we have this one have a bounds of, my definition of bounds are, so this one has a bounds of 0 and what is it? Oh, it's rough. 0, 1, 2. Yeah, my definition of bounds is a little bit weird. So it has a bounds of 0 and 2, but it has a, if this one is non-included, it has 0 and 3. What's up, Dev Spies? Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful stream. And you too. What's up, Cooler SK? Aylund, I'm also a developer, obviously, otherwise I would not be here. I welcome non-developers as well. That's true. My primary programming language is C#. Oh, nice. Same here, actually. Same here. But I didn't choose C#. Unity chose it for me. But, with that said, I love it. Like, C# is amazing, if you ask me. So let's see, when we convert to UVs, we want 0 to be 0, we want 1 to be 0.5, and we want 2 to be 1, so we want to divide by my definition of bounds. Just need to remember that. So like, this still means that I might screw some stuff up, but so when we calculate x here, we actually want to calculate it as bottom left dot x divided by bounds dot max. But bottom left vector to int, bounds is a range. Okay, bounds is float, so this will result in a float. That's good. And then I guess we want to do, let's put it on one line. Bottom left dot y bounds dot max. And then we want to do the same thing here. Right dot x divided by bounds dot max. Top right dot y divided by bounds dot max. So defining the UVs like this means that we can have negative UVs. So we can actually take, we take the UV of the full patch, the full height map. and we inverse lerp them to be between this one and this one, which means that we will get a value between 0 and 1 corresponding to the correct pixel we should read from the brush. I think this is the correct way. If you ask someone else, they will go, them and then kids and the C#, what's wrong with good old C++? Yeah. Like, I noticed pretty early when I started programming that some programmers take the languages very seriously. And for me, maybe this is the wrong thing to say, but like, for me, the language itself isn't the important part. It's actually what you create with it. Like, I want to create stuff. I don't care that much about syntax and stuff like that. Although I do like the syntax of C#. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, let's try this. In the shader, however, we need to use this value in the correct way, but that should be this. So now when we have changed the definition of these two, this calculation should be correct. Or I hope it's correct. I do so very much hope it's correct. Inverse lerp makes it so that we always get a result between 0 and 1. Actually, no. We always get a value between this one and this one. Oof. My mistake, my mistake. Do we want to do a classical lerp here? I think so. Lerp, lerp, lerp. Yeah. That's a nice quote, Cooler SK. Let's say, Elan, I'm currently working on a console utilities library. Right now I'm working on the suggestion system. That actually sounds interesting. So when you say console utilities library, are we talking about the Unix console or like the Windows console prompt? And when you say suggestion system, like is it suggestions in the form of autocompletion? I'm intrigued. Okay, so this might be wrong. Fuck. Or yes, it is. So with the current implementation, if we have this value, or no, is it? If we have a value of 0, 0, yeah, if we do inverse lerp on 0, we get this point, and we don't want that point. We want this point. Yes, absolutely. The Discord link is in the description below. I think we should have, like, I guess the programming channel would be best suited for that. Maybe. But it's a little bit of a High Chaparral. Or in my Discord server right now. How can this conversion be so hard to figure out for me? Do we need to send in more data? Maybe we do, maybe we do. Yes, maybe we do. Or maybe we don't. If we do... No, actually, am I? If we do a simple lerp, if we send in 0, 0, we will get minus 0.3. And if we do inverse lerp, if we do inverse lerp, we should be getting the correct values. I came for the background noise, I'm staying for the beautiful art. Yeah. Very nice art. Yeah, it's a lot of things. Elon just posted my suggestion system code in the Discord. Nice, we'll take a look at it after the stream. But is it Unix-based Unix-based console or the Windows? And what's up there, Abo, by the way? Hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday. So yeah, there's a lot of things going on right now. We're working with a system where we're working with 2 different textures and a blit. So in theory, we have like 3 different UV coordinate systems, and we want to convert between them in various ways. And it's a mess. But I think this is the correct one. Or like, I think so. I think so. So yes, inverse lerp will result in a value between 0 and 1. It will. I was correct the first time. relative to these two values. So I think this is what we want, with a underlined thing. Yeah, UV. I was a big fan of UV math, but now I'm re-questioning that. That cooler is K is a good assumption to make. And we have proof of both of these things here. So we're doing a terraform shader, reinventing the wheel, and this uncommented code here implies that we actually were overcomplicating things previously. The goal is, so the white lines here, the big white square is our terrain. Each smaller white square is the terrain patch. So in our shader, we have the height map for the current terrain patch we're altering. So we have a height map, and then we have the UVs for this rectangle, which is the marker. But we have it clamped, so we're always inside of this UV. So we have a UV like this as well. And then we also have this blue texture here, which is the brush texture, and we have the UVs for that one, or the limits basically. So we have those three UV systems to convert between. And it's basically a part of a bigger system where we want to utilize the full brush texture, but only on a certain area. And we want to do it for affected terrain patches. Yeah, the goal is terraforming. It's for the Windows command prompt. Oh, nice. I'm not that well versed in the Windows command prompt, to be honest. Like, one of the first things I always do when I get a Windows computer is to implement or install some sort of software that replicates a Unix prompt, you know, or Unix console. So it's about precise projection between the coordinates, like where the brush visual is versus where stuff gets deformed. Exactly. And we're gonna put this to the test now. We're gonna see if this is the correct way of doing things. Sounds like a lot of testing. Yeah, that is exactly what it has been. But like slowly but surely we're moving towards a correct result, I would say. So, for instance, if we talk about it in the in-game world, so this is our full terrain. This is one of the patches. Here we have the marker represented by 3 dots. So basically, when it comes to the height map of the patch, we just want to change this little square here. But since the full square is within the patch, we want to use the full UV of the brush. So if we change it with this brush, for instance, we want to change this pixel. This pixel will be located in the middle of the brush, so we will add the maximum value to this one. This one is probably entirely in the black, so we will add no value to this one. This one is a little bit gray, so yeah. So we change the marker to, let's go with a little bit of a bigger size. We put it here, and we change the brush to the circular brush, and let's see what we get. Yes, right now I think it's pretty apparent that we're still using input UVs when we sample the texture. So yeah, we want to change that. We should be able to do this. It should recompile on the fly. Ooh, I like the look of that. That's great. Unfortunately, however, with this implementation we get a distinction between the patches, and our terrain system depends on the brush being able to sync this. I also sent a screenshot along the message in Discord. Nice. We'll definitely check it out right after the stream. And good morning, Fabic. Good morning, good morning. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. So, yeah. We have a few problems here. Or, like... like... I might know. I wonder if I've changed circular here, if we change this one to point, will it change in game? Thank you, Durbo, thank you, and appreciate the lurk. Yeah, I think we can fix this. So this, I wonder if it's some floating point issue. Or, oh, it might actually be... Yeah, so we alter the different height maps differently. So we use different values from the UV map, and that's what the problem is, I think. How come? What is the reason for this? So the problem seems to be we have like 1 pixel offset between patches when we read from the brush, and that would suggest that the dividing by bounds max here might not be correct, but I don't see why it wouldn't be. Interesting. So I think we can look at it like this. Let's take a look at... We should be having this data available to us. So if we place the marker, let's place it right in the middle here. And then we jump to our terraformer. And we take a look at the bug. Oh, one thing. Let's see here, bottom left. -3, -3, 12, -3, -3, 12, 12, 12. So for this one, for instance, both x and y are -3. So 0, -1, 2, 3. So this one corresponds to this. And bounds, what do we have on bounds? We have 0 and 15. So -3 results in... -0.2. Why YouTube only allow me send message on this account on my computer? I have no idea. I wonder if something with my stream setup is causing it, or if it's on your end. Okay, so it actually works in this case, yeah. But if we make it, okay, so if we have it in the middle, we get the right calculations. If we have it a little bit on the offside, or like this, bottom left -5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that seems to be all right. We have the correct values here. We're so close to it being correct. Yeah, so the problem stems from us reading the different values from the brush. I'm pretty damn sure. But we have points here that are positioned at the same... I just want to double check. If we do point no filter from the start, yeah, that sounds pretty weird, Eland. I don't know why that would be the case. That still doesn't work. And we use clamp as wrap mode as well, very important. Like if we... So for this patch we should be getting... Yeah, so the calculations don't lead to the same UV, or actually the same... these are pretty much matching, I think. The problem comes with this one, possibly. -4, -2. Yeah, I'm pretty sure bottom left. Yeah, bottom left and top right, they get calculated correctly. Let's see here, top right. So for this patch, for instance, we have -4, 13, 14, 15. Techify, what's up? What game are you making? We're making a Tamagotchi / Chow Garden / Viva Pinata like game, if any of those references ring a bell. Have clicked 2 times on my profile on the Switch account and get it send message on this account. Now it seems to work. And yeah, we have it in the title as well. Where does the mismatch come from, is my question. So when we read pixels from the brush texture, we get a mismatch. Does our inverse lerp not work with negative values? I think it should. And we established that that there will be no lasers. I don't want to hype it up too much, but like that's not entirely off the table yet. Like we even get a mismatch at this point. Maybe this point is the easiest to a mystery indeed. Okay, so this point for this patch it's UV 00. Yeah, fuck it, let's do some manual mathematics. So for this patch, this point is at UV 00. Do I need... zero, zero, and we transform it to by using inverse lerp between so for this patch between minus 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1, 2 actually so top right patch we do an inverse lerp between minus 4 and 2 and we send in a value of 0. And we do an inverse lerp of minus 1, 2 and 4 and we send in a value of 0. So I'm just gonna double check, so that is minus 2 and what did I say, 4? Yeah, that's correct. So what should that yield? It should yield, first of all, it's a size of 6. Or is it the size of 3? It's -1 between them, right? 3, 2, 1, 1, 0. Yeah, so -1 and very much. Velma, what's up, what's up? What we have here? It should result in a 1/6, and we do... Is it 0.666? Is that it? There's 1, 0, 1, 2. Yeah, it is, right? Yeah. And then here, I guess we get a value of 0.3, so repeating. Oof. Appreciate the lyric, Velma, and good luck with drowning out those feelings. Yo, 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 Norin Dev. I'm good. Thanks for asking. How about you? I'm good, even though we're down in this UV rat hole once again. But okay, let's continue. Whoa. Is this one actually correct? Yeah, it is. So let's see what we get from doing bottom right patch. Here we do an inverse lerp of -4 and 2, and we actually have 0, 1 here, so it's 0, so it's the same, right? -4, 2, -4, 2. And then we do it between 13 and 19, is that correct? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, that seems to be correct. So we do inverse lerp between what did I say? 13 and 19. And we do it with a value of 1. But then again, this is not entirely correct, however. Yeah, it's not, because we transform minus, what a mess this is, -4 divided by 15. A bit sick, but I'm fine. Oh, hopefully you feel better soon, mate. And in a rat hole again. Yeah, or I don't know if that's the correct terminology. But this UV conversion problem has been a problem for a while now. We're getting closer and closer to the correct solution, but we have a little bit of a mismatch. I don't even know if these calculations will help us out. Actually, let's just continue here real quick and see if it makes any sense. And so we have have you read my last comment? Oh, it's no idea. Do you mean in the title it says making a creature collecting game, or do you mean on Discord? I usually don't read Discord messages during stream. Sometimes I do, but not that often. 1 minus minimum is 13, so minus 12. Minus 12 divided by 6. To be honest, these calculations are probably not that productive. 6 1 minus 13 divided by 6 minus 2 . Yeah, we're way outside with this one. Ah, this is 1 actually. Yeah, so this one should result in... yeah. The long... You mean concerning the problems you're having with writing on YouTube? Jeffrey, no, unfortunately not right now, but maybe I should take help of an AI. It would definitely help. Definitely. But I'm not sure these calculations will lead us in the... maybe it's time to bow down to AI. Actually, we're gonna do this. Instead of sitting here doing manual work, we're gonna do Terraform data. Right now these are like properties, so we don't calculate them until we use them, which doesn't really help here. So we're gonna do vector 2 or temp might have been a better. And in our constructor, we're gonna do test1 is equal to UV boundary rectangle space bottom left. Test2 is equal to UV boundary top right. So I pretty much just do this to make these visible in the editor. See if we can get some information from that. Hopefully we will. So if we jump to here now, what do we have? We have test1 for, let's see here, -3, -1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this one is this one. And for test1 we have -2. -3 divided by 15, that's correct. And then we have -4 divided by 15. That one is correct. Maximum we have top right is 3, so 0.2, that's correct. Does my inverse lerp not work for negative numbers? It should be, right? Alon, that might very well be the case. I have no idea why though. And let's see here, and we also have 2 divided by 15. Ooh. Top right 2. Yeah. Okay, so our test1 and test2 variables get calculated correctly. So that means if we're in the shader, this one is correct, this one is correct. Given that we actually send in the correct variables. Set brush boundary. Yeah, we do. Okay, so that means that the problem lies here. The problem is that UV brush, so the UVs that we use together with the brush differ a tiny bit between the patches. I just want to double check. Okay, so it's actually negative values with inverse slurp, but I think it shouldn't be any problems with negative values, right? So minus min. So we get 3 divided by 6. Yeah. The calculation seems to pass, but oops, that's the wrong one. Or I do so want to get to the bottom of this, but before I do, I just need to run AFK real quick. Grab something small to eat, so be right back a couple of minutes. Okay, back, sorry about that. So, like, the problem is that in this implementation we pretty much have decoupled the patches from each other as much as we can, so we don't do any height map syncing between them. Instead, we assume that when we alter vertices that are like at the same world position between patches, that we alter them the same way. And that's why it's very important that this Terraform shader affect them the same. At the same pixels, if that makes any sense. What's up, Aland? I tried to say writing my own console class because the built-in is bad. Oh, and you want to support rich text in yours. That's very nice. I'm all for that. I'm all for that. So we can see here that, yeah. Do we have a shift in? Is it always the? Let's see here. Is it always the smallest one that screws up? So if we would to do this, oh yeah, okay. Just plain old C# and .NET. Yeah, that sounds interesting, Aland. It shouldn't be a map problem either, I don't think. What do I know? Right in the middle it works. offset it doesn't. Interesting. Actually, Wonder Builds, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Very interesting. And Ayland as well, appreciate it, appreciate it. You jumping over from YouTube, I guess. This is one of those problems I can't deduce why we get this difference. Could it be yes, Fabic. I think that is the case. So if we do a terraform right in the middle, bam, beautiful. If we do it a little bit with an offset here, we will only get the problem. We will get the problem on the smaller side. Okay, this is good information. So if we do this, we'll get the problem on the smaller side. How about between only two patches? We have the same problem there. It's like we have an offset of 1. You can see that, right? Definitely. If we change to this brush, is it because some of your points are the same between patches? Yes, some points are the same, but I anticipated that helping us instead of destroying us. Looks like you're skipping a layer of nodes, definitely. So I think we're skipping like one row. Skipping one row. But if it's uneven, you skip. Could probably be. Let's do... Oh, whoa. 1 sec. Okay, I think I maybe know. Or I have something I want to explore. Oh, Aland, you're free to post your GitHub on in the Discord as well. So, I think the problem might be boundary brush top right. When we calculate this one, we calculate it with... Fuck is it? No, it should be correct. So here, for instance, we go from... What do we have? This results in an error, and we have UV... We have UV 073. One. Imena Pro, no problem whatsoever, no problem. I know school. Yeah, remember. Fuck, the UV mins and UV max looks to be alright here, if you ask me. But... One sec. Fuck it, let's do this as well. We take Terraform data, public vector2 test 3. Test 3 is equal to and then we do bottom left plant.x. These are the same calculations we do in pretty much, but we need to do one more thing here. We need to divide this one by okay, need to do it here as well. Okay, let's see what this yields. Let's see. Yeah, I'm twitching too, and yes, we're still working on terraforming. 6 a.m. Damn. Yeah, you really need to go to sleep. Hell yeah, I do. Okay, let's see what information this one yields. So test 4. Bottom left 4. 6, 0 and 2. Okay. So we have 0, 0 to 1, 1. That's correct. That's not correct for this one. Did I screw something up? Let's see. So this one I would go. This one would go, or for this patch we should alter by 0, 0 to 0 in X and 1 to 1. That's not entirely correct. Oh yeah, top right clamped. Yeah, whatever the coordinates we're getting here are correct, at least in this way, I think. But this would result in a problem here as well, I think. So we go from 0 to 1 in X and from 0 to 0 in Y. Could this be a problem with, like when we use UVs, we don't read from the center of the pixel? So do we want to add an offset to make sure that we read from the center of the pixel? Could it be? I'm not sure, MNA Pro, and UV are like XY coordinate in texture space. Okay, am I overthinking stuff? If we have a texture, if we have this texture, we're currently creating the UVs as if we were reading here, here, etc. So we have UVs of 0. If we read this value, so for one patch it picks this value, and for the other patch it picks this value. Could that be the case? What's up, Amena? I have 3 mod for rounds. I don't know what rounds is. Care to elaborate? So UV is coordinates in the texture space. That's quite impressive, Ayland. Quite impressive. So I wonder if we're reading them like between pixels and that's the difference we're getting. So we would actually like to offset it by texel size, I guess. And so could it? That would mean that we would have to do something like fuck it, let's try it. UV is like pixels in map, right? UVs are floating numbers, so if we have a 2-dimensional UV coordinate, we have an X and a Y, and they go from 0, 0 to 1, 1. So I just want to try this real quick, see if this is a problem. Let's see, here we change to UV. So I would like to do it like... Although... 15... what does float mean in variables? My terminology in mathematics isn't that great, but so it's a... what is it? Natural numbers, real numbers. Anyway, it doesn't just represent whole numbers, it also represents decimals. Or numbers using decimals. Let's see here, I think I might actually be... Am I offsetting it incorrectly? I just need to check. I'm gonna do 2 different things here. First, +1 here. I'm quite certain this is not the correct way to do it. Exactly. So like with floating point variables, you would be able to represent the first one and the second one. With integers, for instance, you would only be able to represent the second one. Yeah, we get a little bit of an offset if we do this, but so I'm actually starting to think, let's see here. Do we want to do this and then we do so if we do this, and then we do, let's see, what do we have? We have, what are these? They are 64 times 64. 1 divided by 64 times 0.5. And then we add an offset. To make sure that we read the middle of the pixel. Is this it? So this gives us a floating point number between 0 and 1 minus the delta, so here, and then we add a half to it. Fuck it, let's try. Yeah, so I mostly use int for like 5f, and yeah, with public I never used float, so you get it. I don't think I do. Have you tried Godot? That might be a little bit less resource heavy. Yeah, that's weird. Or is it? No. Okay, it didn't work there, but yeah, same problem. North, south, or east, west, one of them off. Dude. Is that actually the case? What the fuck? Oops. Enjoy those devlogs in Mana Pro, and thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. One of them is off. One direction is not like the other. You're definitely correct. I wonder. Definitely. I wonder if one of my setups is wrong, or if top right, top. Yes. The question is, I wonder if. Let's try this. Damn, that was a good catch, Hadouken. Great catch. Hadouken. We're still okay. I might. We have a little bit of a difference going on, but I think I know why. But at least we have syncing between patches. That's great. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. Wow, it feels great. Although we have some weird. Now this makes me wonder if we might also want to do. Let's see. Clamp point, no filter, no MIP. Okay, so we have the we handle the patches identically now. What worries me now is that we have that it's not symmetrical, but shouldn't that lead to Yeah, this is... Let's see. Yeah, we're doing one less. I think. But yeah, we have a weird offset, and I think that's unfortunately because of the +1s here. That's better, but yeah, we guess but then again, yeah, if we have a UV here, and yeah, if we have point filter, yes, we're gonna maybe get a difference. But if we have a bilinear filter, they should result in the same value, given that the UV is the same. Welcome, Little Miss Murder. You will be happy to hear that we're trying to solve the terrain patch difference. Without success for now. This one makes it extremely apparent. Do, 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 do. This one. So I say that we have a 16 times 16 terrain. Then we have the bounds. Bounds with inclusion means that we have the bounds 0, 15. All are valid indices. So doing this without any offset. And also, let's do bilinear. Like, it's extremely important that when we calculate the UVs for the different rectangles in the different patches, that they get the same result. I'm still wondering if... So what is this result, for instance? Yeah, we get a bit of an offset, right? Yeah, we have the problem with the way our terrain functions, but still this one is affected, this one is not. So we don't even get symmetry in this case. Is my texture, let's see. It's pretty damn even. I would solve this by making a temporary bitmap using the 4 height maps around the area affected by the brush, or 2 if you optimize for 2 patch intersections. Then apply your brush to the temp bitmap using BLF. BLF, I don't know what that is. Then cut the temp bitmap back into 4 and overwrite the original patches with its respective quarter. without using BLF. Bilinear filtering, okay. It makes sense. It does. But yeah, currently I don't even think we get the correct. When we use brushes, I don't even think we get the correct result for one patch. Honestly, now we'll get. Here we get symmetry at least. So if we use bounce +1 to transform between UVs and stuff like that, we have symmetry of the altered terrain, and we also don't have a patch problem. They sync. So that's okay. But we get a tiny bit of an offset, which so this solution works with the caveat that we have a tiny bit of an offset. But maybe that's fixable. And what I mean by that is, if we do this, then we read the values. Yeah, we read the values with one offset, basically. Jess Duncan, what's the issue with 0 to 15 range? It's something with the range. And Little Miss Murder, the grid lines, do they correlate 1 pixel by pixel to the brush texture? No, the brush texture is currently 64 times 64 pixels, and we use UVs to like fit the full brush texture within this rectangle right here. The grid lines correlate to the terrain. But so like if I would alter these, so the idea here is that we're gonna alter the height map value here, height map value here. So the idea is that the height map, like these points are in the middle of pixels in the height map. So if we have this marked, we want to alter 9 pixels in the height map. And if we use this brush, we should get a point here basically. And symmetry in height between these. But with the current solution, so the current solution, we don't have any patch problems, but we have this problem. So basically we alter, we only alter those pixels, but we alter them with a tiny bit of an offset, I would guess. Or like these 4 values read from the same, roughly the same. Can you render the height map as a physical material to your terrain? I guess we could do that. But actually, let's see here. Because there might actually be a problem on, and this is something we explored with the brush as well. That we read in between pixels. subpixel accuracy is GPU driver dependent, and that's why your CPU renderer always performs correctly. CPU renderer? Question mark. No, actually, when we use the height map to build the mesh, we actually read per pixel. So when we do that, we actually read from each pixel separately. Yeah, if we change the pixel of the height map on the CPU, then it works, because then we do it per pixel, and we don't even care about like normalized float UVs. We just work with integer based indices, so we read specific pixels, then it works. Now we're currently in the process of implementing the height map altering on the GPU using Blit on the GPU. So I would say that the full problem stems in like conversion between like working with integer indices and images and working with float UVs and images. Like I think that is where the whole little error comes from. So on the CPU it's pretty straightforward. If we have a vertex at index 0, 0 and we want to get the height of it, then we read get pixel at 0, 0, so we get this pixel value. On the GPU, however, when we work with UVs, we're working with UVs from 0, 0 to 1, 1. And 0, 0 is down here in the corner. And 1, 0 is here. So if we would like to make it a little bit more similar to the CPU, I guess you would add an offset, which we tried. So you add a half a pixel, so 1 divided by width. You add that to the UVs, so you get values here. So you get the values, like you have UVs that correspond to the center of the pixel. But the problem you have then is like with UVs we go from 0 to 1, and that is actually 16 steps included in that. But we only have 15 pixels, so you have a little possibility of a mismatch there as well. So I think it just comes down to getting that in order. If we go to offset approach, then we want to send in Um, 15 in step size. So top right, here we have a vector2 int, so it represents a two-dimensional index, which corresponds to pixels, and we want to convert it to the correct, so it should be divided by number of pixels in width and height, so we should divide it by bounds.max actually, or yeah, I think so. Skip the +1. But this means, so if we do this, that means that if we have a brush that covers this full texture height map, then we have then the first index becomes down here and the last index becomes down here. Do we want to add some error? Is that everything we want to do? So if we take, like, if we subtract 1/2 pixel length from the minimum value and from the maximum value, then if we do inverse lerp, we should get centered values. Is that it? What's up, Boop Skylar Muffin? Because once again, we're working with multiple textures, multiple different UVs. UV boundary brush, bottom left. I'm doing fine, thanks for asking. Almost getting used to these struggles, these type of struggles. How about you? this one, this one, this one, this one. Yeah, one sec. Maybe not getting used to is maybe not the correct term, more getting dulled by them. I'm pretty sure the small issues we're seeing are from UV to integer based, or integer based indexing to float based indexing. I think it's a mismatch there. We just need to handle it. And it should be handled as so if we divide by 15 we get to about here, and if we just add an offset it's okay. Then we get the middle of the pixel. The problem is how we should do it in negative value. So if we go to -1, we get to here, and we want to subtract 1. So it's if it's a negative value we want to subtract 1. If it's a positive value we want to add 1. I just want to see if this holds, if this is like semi-correct. So I guess we can do do it in the shader for now. But before we change anything in the shader, I just want to see if we get the correct result here. So if we just do a pure white texture, we get something like that. Seems to be symmetric. Yeah. So let's do this. Do we have sign in HLSL? Okay, beautiful. So sign. multiplied by then it comes down to yeah, we need to remember that the UV brush is 64 times 64. That's in stone pretty much. But the rectangle, the marker, we can change the size of that one. So that one can be 4 times 4 pixels, 16 times 16. I don't even think we have an upper bound on it. So if we want to offset this, we want to do it based on one times 1 divided by 64. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. And also yeah. Just to make sure that we read the middle of the pixel, I guess. Yeah, we probably want to do this calculation outside if it seems to work, if it turns out to work. This one is still working at least. Still very interested in why we get such a good result with, let's see, But actually, this one gives like a perfect result, except for the center of it, I would say. No problems whatsoever with patch symmetry or symmetry or Cooler Skate somewhat working, I would say. The only problem is that it's a tiny bit of an offset, or is it? Yeah, it is. So we get the peak here instead of getting it here. Pretty much. I would say that is the biggest problem. It's more, you can clearly see it if we alter this one. So now we altered this. This square here, and we can see that the peak is on this one and this one. And this one and this one. Having a brush like this, I would anticipate this one being the peak. Yeah, it's pretty much like we're changing Yeah, one row and one column to the left, basically. And I thought although never mind. Let's take a look at it again and see what could be the cost of it. So let's see, I want to do it at a good value. Yeah, so let's do it here using so we're using the circular brush on these 9 vertices would have me guess that we'll get a peak here. So this is at 0.5 UVs. But since we divide by 16 instead of 15, I assume it would be a little bit less. Yeah, so the peak these 4 vertices are getting, that one should be reserved for this one. Pretty much. Oh. Hmm. And we can compare this to Terraform data. If we do this, oops. Also a bit messed up, to be honest. Yeah, this one has a height, but this one does not. honestly, if we do this, we get more problems than just a simple offset, I think. One sec. Yeah, this is far from a strength 1, so I wonder if the offset... What did we have? So we place the marker here. You always get an offset in... yeah. You always get an offset in negative X, negative Z. Thank you, Muffin, for the follow. Appreciate it. And like this, yeah, it's a question of what value do we have in the middle? We have 1, right? Almost. Yeah, this is not even close to the maximum height. So if we compare, let's do maximum height here, or a brush that is pure white. This is the height we should be seeing in the center of the brush. So this is the height we should be seeing on this vertex. So, what the fuck? UV boundary rectangle space, bottom left, bottom left, bottom left. What's up, Fluffy Zombie? And thank you for the kind words. Initially, I learned shaders through some university courses. And with that basic knowledge, I could then learn way more from initially like YouTube and forums and time, yeah. So I got a nice introduction to it in university, and then just gathered as much information I could online, basically. No problem, and thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. I think the issue is like, this is one of those issues where it's pretty clear, it's semi-clear what causes it, but I can't pinpoint how it causes it. Like, there's a UV mismatch, definitely. But in my mind, we calculated correctly. Is my initial idea wrong? So if we do, if we have a square here, we get a minimum of 0.25, 0.25, and we get a maximum of 0.75, 0.75. These values are our UV boundary rectangle space bottom left and top right. the UVs we are being fed. The UVs we're being fed in the shader are from the blit command. And I think, ooh. The question, I'm pretty sure it's the UV of the destination. Or it's actually the UVs of the blit quad. And the blit quad is relative to the destination, I hope. Let's take a look. Do we have it open, by the way? Input system blit. Active render texture to destination texture, yes. Passes source to the matte as main text property, yes. Uses the materials shader to draw a full screen surface from source texture to destination texture. Full screen surface. Yeah, I'm always worried about this part. But this is just aspect related, and we have both are square textures, so we don't really care about aspect, I would say. we don't need aspect correction. But yeah, on both axes. Yeah. So we get UV. So like when we do blit on the destination texture, we get UV for this quad. So 0, 0, 1, 1. I'm pretty sure. And then we have this rectangle, and when we measure UVs within the rectangle, we do a check here. We check if the UVs in the shader is between this one and this one. If it is, we know that we're in the rectangle of the marker. And the problem seems to be to convert. Like when we're in the rectangle, we also want to get the UVs for the brush. And in this case, the UVs for the brush will be yeah, I don't see it. What's up, Robert Pattinson? How are you doing today? Fucking UV conversion, what the hell? Ooh, nice to hear, nice to hear. Ooh, nice. I will save that link for later. Yeah, isn't it a wonderful feeling? One sec. Ooh. Maybe. Ooh. Let's take a look at here what we do. This is actually correct. So when we calculate these here, we get bottom left divided by bounds. So we have 0. Actually, we have the pixel value. Yeah, so when we do this division, we actually get this value, and that's fine. That's good. Yeah, and then we do an inverse slurp between this value and this value, or this value and this value, which down here should result in 0. Yeah. I don't see it. I don't see it. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Is it actually only in YX? Back and forth, back and forth. That pretty much summarizes the latter half of today. But this problem boggles my mind, man. We altered this. Vertex, but not this one. We altered this one, but not this one. So one more in positive x and negative z. What? Yeah, but it looks like it all comes down to like the offset on like the middle point. I would still anticipate the middle point to be to have a height of 4. So yeah, the middle point should still be up here. I think we're having an offset, definitely having an offset in, it's a weird one though. It's almost like oh. Okay. Still. And do we get any difference if we do point linear? Let's remove this plane. Okay, if we use point, yeah, we can definitely see the correct height, right? Still. It's better, closer to it, but not entirely. Do we get symmetry at least? Nah, we barely changed that one. We changed this one way more. Fabic, take a break. Start tomorrow with a fresh mind. Yeah, I'm pretty much on the verge here. And that's usually how it goes. Look at it with a fresh pair of eyes. It would be nice, however, to exit the stream on a win for once, you know? Not only begin them with wins. I don't have a dog actually. But I guess just taking myself on a walk would be as good. But this problem right here. I'm looking at this shader and it looks back right at me. Like there's some small fucking offset or something that is missing. It's okay. I do usually work with an open window though, and you can usually hear some dogs barking in the background probably. With Terraform data. Damn, Robert Pattinson, that's some heavy bars. What song is that from? Oh, Fabric, that's true as well. I had a dog when I was smaller. I think they're cute sometimes, but Iron and Wine, Shepherd's Dog. Would play it right now if I wouldn't get copyright striked for it. what if, I'm gonna start doing weirder and weirder stuff here, but what if okay. Let's see. What if we do actually, it might be as simple as I wonder if it's actually... Ooh. I wonder if it's actually a... Top right and so bottom left and top right are index based, and they are index based on the current patch we're altering. So the patch, a patch with the current setup has indices between 0, 0 and 15, 15. And when we calculate the UV for bottom left and top right for the square selection, we take it... Ooh, okay. I think this might actually have to do with... I wonder if it has to do with the duplicated rows and columns we have at the edges. They might affect it in a way, or actually, let's do... Why haven't I done this previously? Let's see. Terraform shader. No, terrain marker. Let's see if I actually choose to okay, let's put it this way. To get to the bottom of this, I definitely need to visualize some more information. And the question is, how would I like to visualize this information? What information and how would I like to visualize it? I would like to visualize the brushes here. I took a sip of a coffee. Was hoping it would help me. Yeah, water filtered through coffee beans. Oh my god. This problem. Actually, oops. The fact is that at the edges we have rows and columns that represent the same data twice. It's like a way to get the patches synced. Does that have any effect on this? Yeah, we might be going... I shouldn't have. Top right, center X plus radius, center Y plus radius. Circle radius divided by step. Actually, we're gonna go ahead and do yeah, I think this is the correct way to do it. But we need to handle the case where we go out of bounds. If we go out of bounds in a negative direction, we want to add 1. If we go out of bounds in the positive direction, we want to subtract 1, I think. Could it be? Could it be? Yeah, I just want to try this. So bottom left. Although it won't solve one of the core problems, that's for sure. But I'm pretty sure when we divide by bounds, we get a little bit of a mismatch in the at the edges between patches, and I'm pretty sure it's because of if bottom left is less than 0. Worth a try. So what we have, top right. If top right X is bigger than bounds, dot max. I guess we could do bounds dot min here to make it a little bit cleaner. Top right, top right. And I think we only need to check in this direction. Hmm. Fuck, like if... Oh, do we have... it's probably from the previous one, I hope. Like, if I don't solve this now, I'm probably gonna be thinking about this error for the rest of the evening. Yeah, we still have that problem. But this is very interesting. What the f... You're implementing terrain add-on? One could think, but this is actually going to be core gameplay. We're gonna look at make it look a little bit nicer though, and a bit more fun. Yeah, this tells me, so the closer we are to the center, the higher they become when they are small like this. That is weird. Not really though. But it seems to be a pattern, that's for sure. Appreciate it. I don't feel like a programmer right now though. Let's see. Oops. Let's try going up to environment. Let's do 1,000 to 56, 512, 1,024. Did something get screwed up? Like, when it comes to the terraformer, like, I don't need it to be pixel perfect, the brush, but we're actually getting more. Like, I want to get to the bottom of why it's non-centered or might not work, etc. And right now I also have to note, like, we can see a performance hit here because we're using way more vertices, and the current implementation updates the full patch when we have only altered a few vertices. Are we currently doing this with a... Are we doing bilinear? How does it look with point? Okay, makes sense. Yeah, playing around with like a high resolution makes me feel a little bit better. Like, nothing breaks, it's just a tiny bit of an offset that needs to be taken care of. But like, it translates to high resolution. Very good. But chunky indeed. I should probably have taken a break like an hour ago, but I'm finally gonna do it now. Hopefully fresh eyes tomorrow will identify this problem early so we can move on. Hopefully this game will earn a lot of money. Yeah, maybe that too. Fabric, if I remember correctly, sir, you are extending the node value only in one direction. I think we do it correct here, and yeah, like I'm like 95% sure this whole issue, or this whole offset, stems from this line right here. So the UV brush doesn't get correctly calculated. It could either be because of this, or there's some little offset I'm missing of doing. Discard my message. Yeah, we're gonna take a break, but yeah, hopefully I will solve it tomorrow. Sorry about this past hour. It's been frustrating to say the least, but that's how it is sometimes. As always, thank you so much for watching, everybody, sticking with me through this, and hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.